Okay, looks like audio is working. Ding, ding, ding. I guess I can go ahead and put everything. Okay, welcome to the stream, everybody. Just give me a quick second. Um, okay, just checking some stuff here, and let's go ahead and refresh this, and let's go back in the chat, and uh, welcome all. Just in case anybody's actually in the chat rooms, which probably not true, but okay. So, all I'm doing right now is let's see, removed. Okay, so we're gonna take. I'm taking some of these debug prints out because I don't need it cluttering up the output window. So editor map set to. That's probably doesn't even need to be in there either. So let's just go ahead and clear this out and scene reload, save scene. Editor map set to. Editor map updated to. Do I have? Is that in here? Okay, that's the plugin anyways. Um, actually, I don't know, I guess I can leave that in there. Data map updated to. Uh, Let me see something. Print door owner. Turn no. Okay, that's all right. Room does not exist in rooms dictionary. That's okay. Panel exists for room. That's all right. Update inbound visuals should not be here. Oh no, that's right. That's right. It is here. It is here. I see. Okay, it's null. It's all right. Found mismatch. No draw visuals. Panel not found. Panel not found. Actually tries reach. Updated label. 2. Update label. We don't need to print that. Updated description 2. We don't need to print that either. Creating. Okay. Creating room name. Failed to load room. Skipped. Okay, that's fine. That's all fine. Their door. Make sure everything is cool here. There's no prints in there. Uh, Editor map updated to. Where is that? Where is that printing from? Uh, Search, find in files. Uh, Editor map updated to find. Oh, custom save. Where is it? Oh, right here. All right. I guess we'll leave the rest of that, and let's go ahead and do a cold restart. Kind of on purpose. And let's do plug in. No valid editor map scene root available. I think this is just I'll leave it. I'll leave it. This is fine. Okay, so right now till about 1:30 for about 2 hours, we are going to consider the. Let's again. Let's pull this down. Okay. All right. All right. It's not perfect, but that's all right. Okay. So this is a thing. This is and looking over the steps that ChatGPT came up with as far as a process for me to sort of figure things out here. Um, let's see. Hold on a sec. What is that? That is use grid snap, smart snap. Turn smart snapping off. Okay, grid snap. Interesting. Okay. I think I like this straight up grid snapping better. Anyways, that's what I think. So snap, snap relative, scale snap, rotation snap, configure snap. Interesting. Grid offset, grid snap 8 by 8 pixels. If I increase that to 32 by 32 pixels. Hey, what do you know? Okay, really, that doesn't really matter that much. Well, this might matter a little bit though. Let's pull this out a little bit. And this one, let's pull this out a little bit. There we go. And then that way we can do the same with these. A little bit, out a little bit. Not to be out a lot, but to make it a little bit more friendly. Something like that should be okay. Okay, anyways, that doesn't matter that much. Here, let's go ahead. Let's turn the grid snapping back off for a sec. Anyways, okay, so this is what I was going for. He's going to walk into the cave system, and then he's going to make a choice. And I guess I still have to. I don't know. Yeah. Alrighty. I can actually take this off. How do you do? And let's go ahead and go to Grok, I guess. Solar questions. Oh, weird. Yesterday. Oh, June, I see. GitHub. Yesterday. Actually, it was probably in this one. So, there we go. See some here. Rooms. I'm trying to find the, because I think this was in here, which is dumb of me. I should have did it on a new conversation. Just a sec. Maybe let's see some here. You know what? I think I put it in my notes. I think. I think I put the. I don't know if I put the whole conversation in the notes though. Visualizing room layouts and readouts. Let's just do a new one here. You remember asking you about creating a prompt for ChatGPT to create a procedure whereby I come up with the interesting versus so you can get around like sort of writer's block. You remember that combo? Avoid cliches. I can't remember where I did this. It was in one of our conversations. You created the prompt. You created the prompt for ChatGPT to come up with, and we went back and forth a couple of times until I had something reasonable, but I don't want to find it. Let me see if I can find it in my notes. Just a moment. All right, let's pull up tab. Docs. Notes. Okay. All the way down at the bottom. Grok's response. Um, okay. Well, I guess I don't need to do the whole. Where'd it go? Mailbox, spellcasting, how this works. Said, their motivation. Darn it, I went too far. Give me a second. Okay, well, I have to fish through the previous conversation to get the whole conversation. But I'll paste the last responses. What Chat GPT came up with that I liked, okay, and your response to it. That was, well, this is actually what it, so I don't know what, key refinements. Might respond, okay. Um, I might want to start over, however, this gives you an idea of what I was shooting for. So the problem here is coming up with pages or rooms that go in between the story beat ones, and in some of the story beat pages, they actually need to be split up further. So, using Caves of Dragonmount as an example, here's the text, and let's go ahead and go over to the Caves of Dragonmount. Okay, this is one room, the start room, so to speak, and here's the second or end. Okay, go to sky. Copy. And this guy is above and the game world. So the question, so the problem becomes, how do I come up with some choices that go between the caves and the sky rooms? So with the above chat GPT list, I thought, well, he's going to probably be searching for his friends in their respective caves. I settled on 3 because that's more manageable than 4. Let's see. 4. And since no loops, this means about 15 rooms or pages with some duplicating text. So you have 3 choices, as in three friends that you can look through in any order. So the first 3 choices each have 2 more choices, and each choice has 1 choice. So let me look at the visualization part of it. 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. That's 6. Okay, so I decided that, but now I'm just staring at blank pages because I don't really know what to come up with. So really, I need a process that allows me to come up with something concrete for each page. And that's why I wanted to refine it, because I don't have a, so I wanted to refine it because I want to come up with a method of generating room content that will stop me from sitting and staring for too long. Please acknowledge for going on. I hear it loud and clear. You're going to Enchanted Lands Phase 1. You're struggling with generating content for the in-between rooms that connect your story beat pages. You've identified the Caves of Dragonmount page needs splitting since it covers multiple events, landing, exploring, leading. Set on a structure with the 3 friend focused choices, leading to a branching path of about 15 rooms without loops. For issues, the writer's block when filling these rooms with concrete, engaging content. You want to refine a process more specific than previous ChatGPT one to quickly generate actionable room content, avoid staring at bank. Okay. Okay. And really, this is still part of a 2-part prompt because I also want part of the process to be coming up with the choices in the first place. So, see about crafting a prompt that instructs me of a process to come up with choices in the first place, and then the actual pages. I realize I'm all over the place because I have a touch of ADHD. Technically, I was diagnosed with hyperactivity when I was a child. The thing that caused it was artificial colors and sugar. Was artificial colors like found in cereal and this cereal. So I haven't actually been diagnosed as an adult. I just know that I have trouble staying focused sometimes, and sometimes my thought processes aren't always congruent. I wish it would not do that. Okay, that's fine. Thanks for additional content. I completely understand your needs. It convert two-part process to overcome writer's block. First, generate and second, to create concrete single room content for in between pages. It needs to be clear, structured, quick to prevent you from staring at, will be inflexible enough to accommodate your creative flow and keep you engaged. Below, cropped. Import structure. Well, let's actually come up with the process. It's not coming up with a prompt for ChatGPT, which I guess is okay. I mean, it's not. The reason I mention that even, and it's not really thinking like humans think, but it's just because I'll say one thing and I'll say, well, actually, I also want to do this, and I'll go back to something else, and sometimes I'm just like all over the place, basically, because of that. Let's see, generate. All right, fine. Select this page. Summarize core event. What's the main event? See, Scales meets friends. Split multi-event pages. Does this page have multiple events? Meet friends, separate pages, no proceed. He's actually looking for his friends. He's not going to find his friends here. Anyways, search for friends. Yeah, search for friends, right? What the player goals here? 2, 3, focus on finding friends. Glint and shade. I guess I could actually use those as names. I almost don't like it giving me the actual name ideas unless I explicitly ask for a bunch of names ideas because I'm trying to come up with a name. But Ember, Goat, and Shade sounds good to me. Well, we have Crooktooth and we got Chester and we got Nestor, and Chester and Nestor are both kind of regular names. Crooktooth is not a regular name. Uh, and maybe I should make all of the. I don't know if I should give them regular names or not. I have a thing about like assigning people names to pets. I like Spot or Rover or or whatever, Blackie for cat, or whatever. It just names that maybe describe them, or that are with proper pet names. Not like Mark or John. I'm not gonna name my cat John and name my dog Mark. That's just that seems wrong to me. But so Chester Chester is kind of a funny name to me though. But I have to think. Do I want to give him like people names, or do I give him like fancy names like this Ember Glint and Jade thing? You know. Um, Choice focus. What's the player's goal here? Archetypes for variety. Call to Ember. Examine dragon skills. Hide from noise. Short phrases. Check choices. Do choices have at least two archetypes? They tell the event or theme. Are they action, not observations? Create a single event room content. For each new page, new Ember's Tunnel, write one sentence what happens here. Focus on one action. Discover your interaction tied to the choice. Use the formula player, action, object, character in setting. Example, Chester finds Ember's claw marks in a dark tunnel. Okay. Add sensory details. Yeah, okay, so room continues path. Verify room content. Move to the next page. What's a risky action? Example walkthrough. Okay. All right, let's see what it says here. Concrete. I wasn't asking it to do anything ADHD friendly or anything like that. I was trying to say why I was saying it this way. And I guess it doesn't really matter to it. It might matter to a real person, but maybe not to it, right? Okay. Search for Ember, search for Glint. Create new room. Examine scales, room content. My layout tool. I'll do the layout tool in the other conversation though. I'm just wondering if we can't like hone it down to like I don't know. This is the kind of thing that's is still kind of I guess still kind of wordy. Select a page, right? Summarize core event. What's the main event? The main event searching for his friends. Okay, got it. Split event pages. Okay, so that would be no, because all he's doing is um landing is okay. How do I say it? He's not doing multiple things. His single purpose is landing there, searching for his friends, and then leaving. So searching for his friends part is going to be like okay. So he lands at the cave. So I'm actually going to essentially split that. Searching for his friends is a different deal. Leaving is just part of after he searches for his friends. Okay. Okay. Draft to the use archetypes for variety. Explore, interact, act, avoid. Okay. Page, smart core event. Okay, actually I can do that. And okay, let me think. So the page was that he lands, searches for his friends, which he doesn't find, and then he leaves. Okay. And then he leaves. That leaves me for that lead that okay, that leads me to okay, so um hold on, I'm trying to figure something out here. Let me see. Uh okay. I've already determined that short answer is he searches for his friends in the caves. I've decided he has 3 friends, at least as far as this goes. Then I determined that he has to go into each of their respective caves, their homes, before determining that they're not there and leaving to either search another room or take off for the sky. So I made 3 choices for each cave, and then each has 2 choices, which are the other 2 friends, and then finally a single last friend's room. So how does that fit with the process? Like, what like would you say based on this that I sort of followed the process already? Each of these caves has 2 choices, searching for the other 2 friends. Each of these leads to the final friend's cave. creating a branching path, 15 rooms before texture takes off. You're asking how this fits with the process I provided and whether you've essentially followed already. Let's break it down and see how your approach aligns and then refine the process to match your structure and help you fill in the room content to avoid writer's block. Um, Okay, let's map your structure to 3 steps. Um, you start with Caves of Dragonmount as the initial story beat page. Fit. Okay, that's fine. That's not even a hard thing to do because I'll just be selecting the next one in order. Summarize core event. Your approach. You define the main character searching for his friends. Fits. Although you didn't explicitly write a one-sentence summary, you got the idea down, so the step is implicitly covered. Okay. Split multi. You recognize the Caves of Dragonmount covers multiple events, landing, exploring, leaving, so I decided to split, focusing on the engine's landing as the starting point with choices to search for friends. You split the page to keep events focused, aligning with the process of emphasis on single event pages. Pick a choice to focus. Your approach. You choose finding friends as the theme and identify 3 specific elements. You nailed the theme and tied choices to specific elements. Yeah, chose finding friends as the theme. Okay. Select the page, summarize core event, split, confirm choice focus theme, finding friends. Um, okay. Your approach each. Okay. Draft 2 to 3 choices. Your approach. You created 3 choices. Search for ember, search for glint, search for shade. Each friend's cave, you gave 2 choices. Search for the other 2 friends. Search for glint, search for shade. Each of those leads to the final friend's cave. You've drafted short action-oriented choices tied to the event. You choose the Explorer archetype primarily, although the process encourages at least 2 archetypes for variety. Adding examine claw marks as an act choice, your structure fits this process. This is flexibility. Okay. Check choices. Your approach. Your choices are tied to the event. Searching for friends, lead to new single event pages. Ember's Kids. You haven't mentioned checking for variety explicitly, but your structure ensures progression toward the skies page. Uh, Mostly aligned. You've ensured relevance, but the process check for archetype variety. Explore actor. Then you define, but you're stuck on filling these with concrete content, leading to blank page paralysis. This is where you're hitting writer's block. You haven't fully applied steps 7 through 10 at defining events, adding sensory detail, linking choices, verifying content as you're staring at blank pages. You effectively follows part 1, steps 1 through 6, selecting and splitting the caves. Focus on finding thread string, creating a clear choice structure. 3 choices, 2 choices, 1 choice. Keep your choices action oriented to the event, or you're stuck in part 2, generating concrete room content. ADHD makes it hard to stay focused. Yeah, that's. I wish I didn't. There's some things that you wish you hadn't said to it, because it actually takes that and applies that to your thing, and that's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to give it context. I don't know. Maybe next time I want to give context, I'll say this is for context only. This is not applied directly to your responses. Um, but like me being all over the place, it probably doesn't care that I'm all over the place. Why? Because the way it processes stuff isn't like a human processes it. In other words, it might bug a person that I start with the end first and then I go for the beginning afterwards. But it's going okay. There's a beginning and there's an end, and that's good enough. For whatever it needs to come up with. Uh, Okay, room content, Chester, action, object character, and setting. Add 2 sensory details to fill the rooms quickly, e.g. Chester finds claw marks, torchlight flickers. Keep the page vivid and concise, avoid overthinking. Okay, I'm not going to do, I don't think I want to do the thing like the torchlight flicker thing, because that's kind of a narrative, and that's for your experience. It's not part of the game design. In other words, it doesn't really matter to the story or to the player that a torchlight flickers. It only matters when you're reading it, and it's part of the world that you're trying to do it. So the description, the describing stuff, I don't need that. Okay. The sensory events thing, I don't think. Okay. So firstly, let's set aside sensory de sensory details because that is more applicable to the narrative task. In other words, it's not really important for the design unless it is for instance a torch goes out, which would be important for the story. It will be important when I'm fleshing out the actual page narrative, adding descriptions, trying to evoke a feeling or paint a picture for the player. Please acknowledge. Connecting to your channels. See, I don't get it. It does every so often. It does this thing that says connecting to your channels on Restream. I know you're not seeing it. It's because I'm full screening this, and this is just offside here. But apparently everything is still working. I think so. And somebody can come in and or let me know when something isn't. Okay. I put Hey Gang in game dev instead of game designers. You want to set sensory details because they're more relevant than narrative paths where you flesh out description, book feelings, paint a picture for the player. Your focus on general functional room content and choices. Sensory details should only be included if they're critical to the story. Uh, okay, so let's go back to theme. What is meant by theme? Um, okay. Step 4, confirm choice focus. Theme refers to the central goal or focus of the player's actions on a given page. Okay, which guides the choices you create to keep them relevant and cohesive. It's a way to anchor your choices to the story's current event and purpose, ensuring they don't feel random or disconnected. It should say focus instead of finding friends. This theme drives the choices for the at the entrance. Okay, right. Saying okay. Term theme might feel vague. You're thinking of it as literary theme. In this context, it's more practical. Immediate goal, for example. So you can say should say goal instead of theme though, but that's all right. Whatever. Okay. Okay, and one other thing about archetype that um that mean uh changing archetypes. I don't know why I don't know if archetypes is a really a proper term for that. Um, but whatever, we'll just leave it because I can't think of a better term anyways. Does that mean between different rooms, or does it mean within a single page? Probably just means in between different. In other words, okay. These two archetypes applies within a single page's choices or across different rooms. I know it kind of seems like I suppose it's kind of boring if anybody's watching or listening, but this is still kind of necessary because once I get into it, once I come up with a process that generates my content, once I've honed down and I've made it into these steps, I can follow the step every time I want to create new pages. And hopefully, what that means is you don't see me sitting here and just kind of going, and then like staring and then falling asleep and then going, oh yeah, and then coming up with something. What this will do is it'll help me brainstorm. It'll help me hone down to what I want. Okay, what I want the player to do, the character to do. You're gonna be playing these characters, so you're playing Chester, and so you're choosing choices for Chester at this juncture here. And what it hopefully will do is eventually it means that I should be done with these choices and these pages quicker because then it just relies on a process. Then it's no longer like a real creative thing, which kind of makes it seem like maybe stale in a sense. In a sense, it'd be kind of stale, right? Uh, because the same things would pop up over and over again. But um, it does keep the process going and keep it flowing and keep it, it means I'll never be stuck, and you'll actually always see me make progress on the game part itself when I do this. What's was okay. Okay, so this is a great question. Clarification. Provided process, archetypes refer to categories of player actions. Should say categories of player actions. Choose a different category of player action. Create varied and engaged. The requirement is to use at least two archetypes applies within a single page of choices, not across different rooms. The goal is that 2 to 3 choices on one page, Caves of Dragonmount, aren't all the same type of action that keeps the gameplay dynamic, prevents repetitive decision making. Within a single page, drafting 2 to 3 choices for a page, Caves of Dragonmount, you should aim to use at least two different archetypes to add variety. For example, Search for Ember, search for Glint, examine claw marks, act archetype, explore. This satisfies the requirement because you use explore and act, making the player's option feel distinct, searching versus investigating a clue. Why within a page? Multiple archetypes on one page makes the choices more interesting for the player. If all the choices are explore, decisions might feel too similar, reducing engagement. Mixing in an act or an interact gives players different ways to approach the goal, finding friends. Across different rooms. Not required across rooms. It doesn't require you to change archetypes between rooms. Entrance versus Emperor's Cave. Each room's choices are evaluated independently based on goal and context. And call out the shade interact. Use two archetypes, satisfying the requirement for that page. Oh, subcave. Might have search for shade, explore, and push boulder side act, which is fine even if the previous room used explore and interact. Variety is checked per page, and that's while not required, you might naturally vary archetypes across rooms as each friend's cave presents unique challenges. Okay. Friend caves. Heavily on the explore archetype. Which works for your friend searching goal but might feel repetitive. Um, Tweak existing choices. I also probably need to make sure I use the same archetype on the same type of page. For instance, you choose to explore Ember's Cave, but Glint's okay. Then you have two choices. It's Glint and Shade's Cave. So you choose search, you choose explore for Glint's Cave, and then maybe examine for Shade's page. Then when you have to go to then you pick Glint, and so the only other explore the only other cave is Shades, but it should still uh, on the same option so that I always am exploring. I always am examining even if a different order. Choice structure, which is super important for keeping your games cohesive and intuitive. So theory. Ah. Okay, let's break this down with your structure. 3 choices. Examine claw marks. Ember's Cave, 2 choices. Search for glint, search for shade. Or clue based choice. Sub caves, 1 choice, search for shade. Your current choices rely heavily on the Explorer archetype. You express there's mixed archetypes on the page. Now you're saying that if option represents the same type of action, search for a specific friend like glint, it should consistently use the same archetype across all the pages where it appears. Is choice 2 and use explore. Might be choice 1, but should still use explore. This ensures players associate search for glint with the explore archetype, makes the game feel consistent. Okay? Let's examine your option types and assign as consistent archetypes based on your structure. Ah, search for glint, search for shade. Okay, this was too much to read at one time, but I'll clarify what I meant. Okay, so let's say Ember is female, and maybe she's Chester's girlfriend, and Glint and Shade are his male friends. Um, so while he can go into Shade and Glint's caves to see if they're in there, maybe he's being a gentleman. Yes, I know they're dragons. Wait, I know they're dragons, but still. Uh, and thus doesn't want to invade her privacy, and instead calls out to her. Um, archetypes, let's see. Define player goal. The archetypes, explore, act, avoid. So, glint and shade are explore, but ember is interact. So, in each of the branches, whenever it comes to Ember's cave, I must always use interact, calling out for Ember's cave. But then for glint and shade, if I use explore, then they should be explore. They should always be explored. Does that make sense? I should say, are you with me? Should always use interact archetype, call it to Ember, because Chester being a gentleman dragon doesn't enter her cave to respect her privacy. Gluten Shade male friend should always use the explorer archetype, because Chester enters their caves to look for them. This consistency applies across all branches, so whenever a choice involves Ember's cave, it's interact for Glin's explorer, regardless of the choice order of the page. Makes perfect sense. You want a rule where each friend associated with choice uses fixed archetype to keep the game's logic consistent. Yes. Okay. 3 choices. Friend caves. 2 other friends. Final caves, 1 choice. Uh, your archetype follows the rules. Ember's choices always interact. Call it to Ember because Chester doesn't enter a cave. Example. Call it to Ember in Glint's cave. Uh, Glint choices always explore. Chester is. Current choices. Insert to call it to Ember. Keep search for Glint. Search for Shade. Explore. Call it to Ember. Yeah. Friend caves. Sub caves. This rule ensures consistency. Ember's choices are always Glint Shade are always explore. Uh, Entrance page already has a variety. Assumes Chester checks each friend's cave or caught. Point for Ember since Chester doesn't enter Ember's cave. Fine process. I'll update enforce your archetype rule. Okay. Scale up, refine. Um, entrance, 3 choices. Friend call out, sub caves, archetype consistency, Ember interact. Select the page. Skim to recall setting an event. Chester lands a cave entrance, summarize core event. Chester starts searching for friends. Split multi-event pages. Proceed. Example, Caves of Dragonmount, entrance landing. Define player goal. State Chester's goal tied to finding friends. Do 3 goal related elements. Friends not searched. Example. Start friend search. Elements. Glitz cave. Sub cave. Okay. Draft 2 to 3 choices. Use fixed archetypes. Explore. Write short phrases. Follow structure. Check choices. 2 minutes. Ask at least 2 archetypes within page. Correct archetype for friend. Tied to friend's goal, action based. Single room. Single event room. Define room event. Example walkthrough. Event. Chester starts searching for friends. Goal. Start friend search. Elements. Choices. Call out to Ember. Interact. Search for glint. Search for shade. New room. Ember's call point. Chester hears no reply from Ember at her cave entrance. Critical detail none. Choices. Search for glint. Explore. Search for shade. Explore. New room. Glint's cave. Chester finds Glint's empty lair in a tunnel. Tunnel is blocked by rocks. Just call out to Ember. Search for shade. Explore. Okay. New Shade's subcave. Chester sees Shade's claw marks in a passage. Call out to Ember. Interact. New Ember's final call point. New room. Okay. Oh. Okay, I think this works. Now extrapolate the process back out without tying it to specific examples, so I can follow this process for any page. Please. Should pop up over here, but I bet it doesn't because I expect it to pop up over here. Okay. Okay, we'll see. We'll see how this works out, and if this is satisfactory to me, I will go by executing this Okay. Generate 2, 3, single event, okay, still assuming this many choices and pages. Starting page, branch pages. Summarize core event, write one sentence. What's the player doing? Split multi-event pages. No proceed. Define player goal. Immediate goal for the page, tied to the central objective. List 2 to 3 goal-related elements. Targets to pursue, clues to investigate. Okay. Draft 2 to 3 choices. Use fixed archetypes, consistent for each option type across pages. Explore, move to, or search a location. Interact, engage with a character or signal, call out loudly. Act, manipulate an object or environment, examine markings, avoid, evade a threat, hide from danger. Write short phrases tied to the goal. 5 to 7 words max. Explore with branch page, 2 choices, subpage, check choices. To create single define room event. Add story critical details. To the next page. This sounds good so far. Well, okay, pick a page, summarize core event. Actually, this is a process before I actually implement it, I guess. I guess is the idea, right? Summarize, etc. Maybe I'll do that. I'm gonna continue making a page like I would, but I'm still gonna kind of do kind of what it said, sort of, and make sure it does what it says. And then when I go from skies to whatever the next thing is, and I think the next thing is a different character. I think it might go back to John entering the train cabin, but I think that'll work. See if I can get that. Then we'll see if I can get just this little thing that we're doing here. That what Chester's doing. Um, and I'm hoping what I'm hoping is that even though this has taken so long, I'm trying to design the thing in such a way to where I can easily come up with things and I don't have to wait to come up with stuff. Um, I think after this, it should streamline. So I'll go through the process. I'll uh, I'll write down the pages. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll just add it to my big old notes thing where I'm editing the Enchanted Lands notes and like I'll put it at the end. So then I'll start with the page. I'll write the page down. I'll write the summary. I'll write this, that, and the other thing. I'll come up with the choices. I'll do the thing, and then when I'm done with those particular choices and pages, then I'll go into the implement part and go into the editor and implement the rooms based on that. Okay, I guess that kind of works, I think. I hope. And we'll see how far I get with that. This sounds good so far. Finish filling out the pages for this, and then actually do the process from scratch on the next set of pages. I take it when you're summarizing for events, etc., I'm basically doing this in a document or on a piece of paper before implementing the rooms. Otherwise, where would I write the one sentence? So you're assuming this process takes place external to actual implementation, correct? Process designed to be external to the actual implementation, meaning you do this brainstorming on a separate medium, document, notebook, or paper before coding or setting up rooms in the game. Writing the summary and other steps outside helps you focus on creative design without getting bogged down in coding or engine details. It's a quick, low-pressure way to generate ideas, especially given your ADHD and writer's block challenges. Where to write? A text file or project? Your choice. Pick what feels least overwhelming. Single document, list of pages. Step 2, specifically core event sentence. Write one sentence to clarify the page's focus. This is bringing brainstorm externally. Implement after readout. Okay. Okay. And what I just meant by finishing up this team page structure is just it's already partially implemented. So I'm just going to create it in readout editor, whereas the next pages going from where Chester is in the skies, where Chester is flying, I'll actually use this process properly. Acknowledge. Okay. Got it. Okay. So this is just a statement. You don't really need to give advice. Just acknowledge processing the info I'm giving you. I have a huge document and ODT file that I use in LibreOffice to store all my notes. So I took my handwritten notes and then put them into this document, and then have been adding odds and ends to the end of it for a while now. Just various places in the story, hints to myself for future puzzles, and things of this nature. So I'll probably just add on to that file from here on out. It's a bit unwieldy, but it keeps everything in one place in case I want to do anything with it later, or I need to remember something. Yep. Okay. Alright, so now I have about half hour. Hey, Rook. Till my break, of course, like usual. But we are going to go and do the thing here. So we are going to go ahead and make sure we're here. And I'm going to do kind of like I did before I actually change it. And that is, I'm going to add the text here underneath the original text. Chester lands Dragonmount. The base of Dragonmount, a vast mountain range with an elaborate cave system underneath. Okay. So this output is actually this is actually the readout engine stuff. Move two canvas items, set description. Partly because this is also being a tool script. It's each time I type in something, it resets the description. So okay, Chester lands at the base of Dragonmount, a vast mountain range with an elaborate cave system underneath. let's see. And attempt to locate 3 of his friends. He goes into the caves. What? I don't know why I did that. Why did I do that? Okay. Alright. One, if you wish to... I'll just go ahead and use the same names. Maybe I'll change them later. But... Glint and Shade. If you wish to... enter... Glint's Cave. Hit 2. You wish to enter... 2 if you wish to call out to Ember in front of her cave. Hit 3 if you wish to examine Shade's cave. Okay. And so that's pretty straightforward. And we got 1, 2, and 3 that actually goes to Glint, Ember, and Shade. And we're going to go ahead and save room data. Okay. Caves of Dragonmount. Okay. So, Glint, Ember, and Shade. All right. Glint, Cave. Ember's Cave. And let's see something here. I think Glint, Ember, Shade. Glint. Okay. Right, Glint, Ember, and we'll say Shades. Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and do this. And let's go ahead and actually I'm gonna do something a little bit different in how I handle this. And that is we're going to go ahead, I'm going to take this down here. this. Here. So let's take this. Like that. Is that what I'm gonna do? That way they can kind of be closer together. And then we're going to do the same thing with these. So, and this I can kind of bring up a little bit. This just makes it so, let's go ahead and save it. Room data saved for. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and it's gonna be editor map. It's gonna be room data. Okay. Do that. Clear that out. And let's go back here and let's go ahead and save again. Okay, that's alright. Yeah, and the reason I'm just doing this like this is just so that, here, let's actually move these closer together too. Super close. In fact, let's do that same thing with these too. Just so that when I get them close in, they'll be close in. Of course, I know why I spread them out before, because I wanted to separate them. But in any case, there. That way they're just kind of, of course, it throws the whole feng shui out of the cello slash Christmas tree thing here. So now it just looks weird, but that's alright, I guess. Fodder for a screenshot Saturday. Okay. Okay, so you checking out Glint's Cave. Actually, here, let's do something else too. Close down like this. There we go. Anyways, okay then. 15 minutes till break. And so maybe I should go ahead and write these all out. That way I'll know which is which, regardless of. Okay. Good, Ember, and Shade. So we're at Ember and Shade. Okay. And I'll just do the quick like labeling thing here right now. Um, Ember's Cave. Okay, Ember's Cave, and this one is Shades Cave. Control C. Control V. And here we're gonna but we're gonna call this Embers. Okay. Okay. Now we have okay. We're gonna say this is Glint's Cave just to keep consistent. Okay, and then this one is going to be also shades here. And then this is going to also be shades. And then this one is going to be Glint's. Okay. Now we need here is this is shade and ember. Now it's going to be glint and ember. Copy. So this is going to be V, Glint's Cave, and then here we're going to do this. V, Glint's Cave. Okay. Here, V, this is going to be Ember. And actually going to be also be Ember. Okay. Control S. Say room data. Awesome. Now at least I know where to go. Okay. So now let's add we're gonna add the commands here. So we're gonna start with Glint's Cave. Hit 1 if you wish to yeah, let's make sure I'm sure here. Shade, yeah. Call out to Ember in front of her cave. Hit 2 if you wish to check out Shade's cave. 0 to quit. Now, one's gonna go to Ember's cave. Control C. And Ember's cave, Ember's cave. Ember. Copy. Over here. Hit 1. Push to call Ember in front of her cave. Call it 2. Right. Here, Shade's cave, right? Copy. Hit 1, 2. Hit 1 to check out Shade's cave. Okay. Let's go ahead and save that. 1 to call it Ember, 2 to call out to Ember, 2 to check out Shade. Okay. 1 to check out Shade's cave, 0 to quit. Hit 1 to if you wish to call it Ember in front of her cave. Okay. Okay, so let's go to the next thing. Here, let's go ahead and tie these up here. Hit 1 to take to the skies in order to continue the search. Okay. To do this, Control C, and then we're going to do the same thing in here. Control V. We can actually do that in the rest of these. Control V. B. This one, same way. And wait. And let's save that. Okay. The 1 and 2. Hit 1 to examine Glint's cave. Hit 2 to check out Shade's cave. Okay. I'm gonna do like a copy here. So like, we're just going to we're going to, right. Okay. So we're in Glit's cave, and we need to check out Shade's cave, and we're gonna make that one like that. Okay. And here, we're gonna check out Glint's cave, so here, we, Shade's cave, check out Glint's cave. Glint's cave. Glint's cave, examine Shade's cave. Okay. To us, and we're gonna save again. Then we're gonna do the same thing here. Um, hit 1 to examine the Glint's cave, to call out to Ember in front of her cave. Glint and Ember, right? Okay, so then we go here and we say we just need to do this one, that one to call it Ember, and over here we do kind of do it the opposite way. So, and we're at Ember's cave, and we want to examine Glint's cave. So hit 1 to do that. And it looks like it's about time for my break, which is just on time. I haven't really got much done there. I'll actually add a few like lines in here of something to do, but otherwise, maybe something descriptive that can be used later. For instance, when Chester is trying to grab some shiny items from his own cave that will match. Then he'll know which kind of shiny items to use. Um, Based on what's in their deal, and that later that could be a puzzle, but at the start it's not going to be a puzzle. Anywho, save it. I'm going to take my break now. So, thanks so far, anyways. And I'll see you in about 30 minutes. Um, where's OBS? There we go. Okay. On break. On break. Awesome. And I'll mute the mic. Hey, I am back. Back. Alrighty, so now even though I didn't get that much done on these rooms today, I am going to go ahead and switch, context switch to close. Wait, let's make sure everything is saved. Everything is saved, good. Close that. And actually I'm gonna restart. Okay. We switch to another to talk about my layout. Okay, right. Okay. Let's go ahead and start. Actually, let's get up desktop. Just bring that up. No changes there, but let's go to over here. Edited some new rooms. Okay, we'll just do like that. Actually, commented out some debug print statements, which is not really a big deal here. Okay, and then let's go. We can switch back to LT because that's the layout tool is what I'm going to be using here. And in this case, go ahead and restart. I could have probably opened it in the project menu, but I decided just to do it this way. Is layout tool. In fact, actually, let's do something here real quick, and that is well, I was gonna say that maybe I should copy the maybe I should copy the rooms over from the other one over to here. But the only thing is it's not really important right this second to have all the rooms in there, just because I gotta focus on. Uh, I think I'm gonna focus on the door visuals. I think. Maybe I'll ask Grok for some suggestions. I mean, I already had the idea here as far as let's switch back to second. Okay. Um, I already had the idea here to what was I gonna do? What am I saying? Oh, I had some ideas for the layout because the one problem I had was that if you have loops, that the lines are going to cross through the panels instead of routing around them properly. So you can, I could still do loops; it would still work in the game, but it would look kind of horrible. And the other problem with the other way of doing it that I have the separate lines and stuff is that I have the lock icons on everything because I have I have the containers that will house the inbound and the room or the door visual parts, and then the lines have their individual nodes. So that's like a bunch of different nodes, but with that custom line 2D, you're drawing directly on a node 2D with the line draw function. So I was thinking, what I could do is instead of having a single line for each deal, I put all the lines onto one node 2D, just draw them. I just draw them over the top. And then the other thing that I would do is I would have them be able to route around so that they could avoid like running into other deals. So depending on where I put it, it would reroute the lines, and I'd have to do that in the process. I think I'd still use the process function even if I'm not doing it in the editor. And that's the other thing. I'm still doing this in the editor so far until I get to a point of where I want to start working on the layout tool part, the actual deal. Because right now it kind of works as the editor thing still kind of works like it's supposed to. So it's two things, twofold. One is to modify the editor map thing, which is layout tool, but to modify it so that I change how I do the visualizations, and then would be to actually make it a proper app, which means I wouldn't be using editor. All the functions, save, load, they'd have their own buttons. I'd have a thing to allow you to edit. You'd be able to edit rooms. You'd be able to click on the room in the on the page, and then you'd be able to edit the text, and the text would pop up, and you'd be able to add your door. Um, and that's the other thing is the door thing. I was thinking, I could do it if I do it like a full node based system where it has the nodes that aren't connected, and then you connect them up. Uh, that would automatically create the doors that ways. I could do it that ways, or I could do a thing where I create a door and add it, and I'll still need a door editor. In other words, I'll still need to be able to change the choice, maybe the name. You know, I probably even be able to allow you to edit the destination by hand, where if you wanted to change it on the fly, you could be able to do that, or you could just do the thing where you connect the nodes. The other thought I had was that one of the ideas was that um, if you had a loop, so essentially if you had a link from one to the other, a door to one room, and then that had a door back to the original room, that formed a loop. That when it actually drew it, it only drew one line instead of multiple lines. And then the other idea was to actually have it to where it would put the visual points anywhere along the perimeter of the panel, and it would place them closest. So whenever you moved it around the screen, it would always move that thing around to be the closest to the destination, as you need it, or the inbound basically. And I could still do that. It might be a little more complicated, maybe. I'm not sure if it's more complicated. And then of course the other idea is the node thing. Like if you pull up a shader node in Blender, it's got these different dots. It's got shininess, specular, I don't know, roughness. Basically just the attributes, right? The attributes of the shader, and you connect that stuff to it. Um, so you connect different things into it, and it produces different effects, right? So, but until you connect it, it it doesn't do anything. It's just and they exist there on the screen. So the slots are there on the screen. So it's not like it's like if you didn't have a door, the door wouldn't show up at all. But if I do it this way, the node way, um, I would have the little colored squares that have the inbounds go on top and the outbounds go on the bottom. The outbounds would basically mean the doors, and I would have them. They'd be grayed out um, until you connected them. And then there's the other thing where if you're doing the node connection thing, you have to decide whether or not you connect to a specific one. Maybe it connects to so you have the first door position connects to the first door position. In other words, you drag one to the other and it automatically puts it in the right place. The other thing is to allow you to put it in any place you want. In other words, I could select the middle, like the middle door node, and then I could hook it up to the either side, right, of the inbound. So I'm not really sure what makes the most sense here as far as um, yeah. Anyways, I'm not sure what makes the most sense given what I want to do. I'm not really sure exactly what would be the best way to go about it. Okay, well, hey day, and am thinking about the layout tool, how to handle it. There's several different options. Um, how to handle room connections, visualizations. I have a few ideas, but maybe you could come up with some different variations. What does what first? Um, and then I can determine whether it aligns with my thinking or not. Think about handling room connections visualization. A few concise variations on how you could approach this in your tool script or layout will app focus on different ways to manage and display connections. Each room is a node 2D with a script storing the array of door objects. Your class with destination and choice string. Connections are drawn as lines between rooms using draw and parent node. Yeah, okay, I get it. Use position of each room node to draw lines, destination room positions, update lines process. Colored lines, labels for choice strings near doors. Graph-based system with graph edit. Use a graph edit node. Built in graph editor to represent rooms as graph nodes and connections as edges. Create a custom editor plugin to populate graph edit with rooms and doors. I don't know anything about graph edit. And that's an editor plugin. I don't want an editor plugin. I'm going to be using the tool. Tiling up the annotated cells. Rooms are defined on a tile map grid with doors of special tiles or metadata linking to destination rooms. That's an interesting idea. Dictionary mapping cell coordinates to door objects. Each room door is a separate node in the scene tree. Yeah, I don't want separate door nodes. Doors are child nodes of rooms with reference to their destination room node. Data-driven JSON. Um, okay. Like, hey, Rook. Welcome to the stream, or at least the second half of the stream, where I am figuring out what to do about my layout tool, my new layout tool that I'm going to build here. If you notice, there's no connections here. If I go to the other version, the other project, it works as like it did, but this I'm going to do it a little bit differently. Everything that's drawn is going to be drawn on a Node 2D, so that there are individual like separate line nodes and stuff, and I don't have the lock icons over everything. I'll just have one thing that draws over the top. And I'm still trying to figure out how I want to visualize the room connections and stuff. Um, I mean, obviously, I'm gonna draw lines like I do in the other one. They're gonna be pathed so that they can actually move around without intersecting the panels. And then you have the connection thing. So in the other version, you have door specs, which you type in a special string, and it will create a door. In this case, I'm thinking about actually in the tool being able to let you able to physically connect nodes up together. You can grab one node and then click drag and then drag to the other, and then it makes the connection. And then there's a bunch of variations. Like I could have it connect anywhere in space so that they don't overlap. I could have them predefined. Like I could have 9 predefined connections at the top and the bottom. The bottom would be your door. And so what you do is you click on one, you drag it to another room, and it will connect. It would either connect automatically to whatever the next available inbound node is open, or you could have it be able to connect to any specific one you want. You just drag it to whatever one you want it to connect to, and it'll automatically connect there. There's some potential for um, some like lines crossing and stuff, which might not be such a good idea, but I still have to figure it out. And I'm trying to use Grok to give me some ideas of how I should go about doing this. Okay. First things first. Eventually, there will be no tool scripts. I'm keeping existing functionality. I'm keeping them as tool scripts right now because drawing connections can just as can be done in the editor. So I will build whatever drawing functions I need, and then they'll also work in the app proper. And I will remove the tool script keyword, so they're no longer tool scripts. Using that tool scripts temporarily for editor-based connection drawing, planning to adapt these to drawing functions for your layout tool app. Then remove the add tool keyword to make them regular scripts at for runtime. Makes sense for a smooth transition. Any of the suggested variations. Let's see. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the current setup. The editor map scene and all that. So maybe I'll paste. I'll show you. Let's see. Let's. I think I have a screenshot. Let's see if I have a screenshot here. Pictures. I'm not sure if this is a good one. This is a good one, right? This is not a messed up, right? Right? Okay. 6/5/13/28. Okay. So let's what do I want to do here? Let's go ahead and attach. Upload a file. Pictures. This one is this one. Open. It's assuming that it will let me do it still, being on free. So here's a screen of the current setup. It's the other project, i.e. the regular editor map. So in general, it will still be similar to this. Red line store visuals look solid. Lines for connections and door data. Okay, so basically I'm going to okay, so let me grab it. So currently in the editor map, lines are drawn on their own node 2D nodes, and then the little boxes representing doors and inbound links are put in a H box, put in an H box container. So really, I'm just going to draw everything on a single node 2D, since I can draw boxes. This will make it simpler, and I also won't have to worry about node locking and the node lock icons cluttering up the screen. Let me okay. So okay, I don't need that right this second. Let's see. Okay, so current Only in order to create doors, you can either edit the JSON files directly, which would be tedious, but I also put in a method where you have a collection of strings. You have an array with a special format, and it will create doors based on that when you hit the plugin save option. That's because there's no easy way to create doors in the editor. Also, I didn't want to add extra buttons just for doors. Method using formatted string array creates doors on plugin save, no extra buttons, keeps it clean. Now, but I'm reconsidering how I want to create doors. I might have something similar in the layout tool, but it will be in the actual runtime. Which would allow you to edit the door specs, or maybe even just have an add door button which lets you fill out the details. However, there's also something else I could do, which is when I make a connection between two rooms, it would automatically create a new door. Until runtime, you go with an add door button to input details or how to create doors when connecting rooms. Both solid options. They how to create idea ties to connections. Well, kind of, but I want to I have to get to it. Let's see. What are some options for the auto create that I could do to make new doors? Creates a door with the default destination choice string. Go to room name when a connection is made. On connection prompt for choice string. Bidirectional doors. Yeah, we're not doing that just yet. I mean, some options on how to connect rooms. Drag and drop lines. Click a room, drag a line to another room, and release to connect them. Use mouse input to drag start and end on room nodes, then draw the line and create a door. Okay, that's good. To connect, click on one room, then click on another to establish a connection. Connection menu. Right-click a room to open a menu listing other rooms. Select one to connect. Use a pop-up menu, grid-based snapping. Click a room, then click a grid cell or adjacent room to snap and connect. Use a tile map or grid system. I'm not sure if I'd be using a tile map or not. I had thought originally of placing them, placing rooms that way, via tile map kind of a deal set up. But this freeform is it's a little bit better in the fact that you can kind of place them anywhere you want, and to whatever makes sense for you, basically. I had to do some decision logic for, like putting them in like a grid-based system. In fact, that was kind of part of the problem of trying to automatically create the lines or automatically space the rooms, was that it needed to be able to center it on the parent room, and then it needed to be able to widen them as far as it needed to go to accommodate all the rooms underneath it. So that was just kind of a big hassle, which, although it was doable, somebody could do it. I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. I was doing it, really trying to get Rock to do it for me, and it just wouldn't work. So I ended up opting for just manually placing stuff everywhere, so that you do what makes sense for you. Um, so tile map probably would not make sense. My bad. To connect, connection menu. Um, yeah, now, okay, so, okay. What's the most user-friendly? Drag and drop lines, it's intuitive. Users can visually see the connection forming as they drag, mimicking real. It requires minimal steps. Click, drag, release, pair it with visual feedback. Preview line, optional, confirm dialog. Um, I don't need code just yet. I'm still figuring out what I want to do. Okay. So, let's just go ahead and close this. So there's a couple of ways to do this. One way is just that there are no door visualizations until you make the connection. So the question then becomes, where, at what point on the destination room does the door appear? Another way is to have existing node slots basically unconnected nodes that you, when you drag, the node becomes active. But then the question for that is that do you connect it to the same position as the parent? If I pick a node from the middle, drag and drop, then does it connect at the middle of the destination? Do you let the user drag it to whatever connection he wants? If you do it that way, then you risk potentially crossing lines where you'll have to have it do a smart pick do you connect to the same position as the parent? If you know the middle, drag and drop, then connect to the middle of the destination. You let the user drag it to whatever connection he wants. So I drag from the first node, from the first unconnected node, but then connect it to the last one on the destination room. Crossing lines. Good points. For the first way, door vis until connection, place the door at a default spot, e.g. center or nearest edge on the destination room is simplest, but you can snap it to the closest valid point based on drag in. For the second way, node slots, activating unconnected nodes on the drag is neat. Connecting the same relative position, e.g. middle to middle, keeps it consistent, while letting users drag to any slot adds flexibility but risks lines crossing, which could confuse. Maybe limit slot choices or auto route lines to avoid overlap. What feels more intuitive to you? Um, I was considering auto routing because rooms can be placed anywhere, and so you might need to route around to avoid any line crossing. That might be harder for me to set up, though. So a line crossing with freely placed rooms makes sense, but can be tricky, especially with complex layouts. It's doable with pathfinding, but it might be overkill for now. Maybe start with straight lines and add auto routing later if crossing becomes a pain. Keeps it simpler up front. Thoughts? Now, if you free placement, um, hmm. This is why I decided to not allow loops. If I made 2 rooms, one has a door to another, and that other has a door to the first door, then it would tend to cross over depending on where it was sitting on the screen. Pathing would allow it to loop around. Spline loops prevents crossover. Pathing could handle loops by routing around, but skipping keeps things simpler without loops. Uh, okay. And that's actually what I wanted to do too. I wanted to do the pathing, but I'm thinking, I don't know. It's it's kind of like a nice to have, but is it a must have? That's the question. Hmm. I'm not exactly sure what I want to do though. Hmm. Um, let me let's see. Let's twine. Twine peaks. Twine peaks storm shield build. Twine. See what comes. Writing games of twine. Oops. Stuck on it. Fixing design tool. I guess um I might look at this. Let's not do it on YouTube though. Let's do it my let's do images. Let's see if images come up here. uh not actual twine. Twine interactive gen your desk. Um Obviously I could have actually used here, let's do it. Look at a complex there. And actually, it's interesting because um, it draws the boxes over the top so that you don't have that. What about this? Hmm. Actually, it doesn't actually seem to matter for it. Huh. I might should plan choices. I want to look at the image. I don't care about anything else. Um, this has lines everywhere, right? It is kind of interesting how this is shown it. This is shown it as lines go into like a center point on depending on what side it's near. And also, if it did the thing where the boxes are drawn over the top, maybe I don't know. Maybe I should do it that way. Um, let's see what else we got here. Oh, here's a nice complex one. Uh, lower level structure is very different. I mean, look at how it's showing it, right? In fact, it's kind of interesting too. Again, it's the same thing with the boxes, and that is they go to a center point. That would actually solve a lot of things if I did that. Not only that, but if I made sure that all the uh, all the lines are drawn underneath, so that you and then I could also do some sort of highlighting. Like if you clicked on a room, then the lines would highlight from it. That's a thought. Um, do you know how other software that makes, say, interactive fiction, text adventures, visualizes room layouts? Uh, yeah. So visualize room layouts in unique ways. Chessboard use labeled boxes for rooms connected by lines, mimicking Infocom's classic style with drag and drop for manual mapping. Tools like Quest and Drift offer visual editors, node-based layouts, rooms or nodes you can link, often with grids of free placement. Twine makes a flowchart approach. Uses passages as boxes connected by arrows, great for branching narratives. Some, like I, can auto-generate maps from scripts, transcripts. These methods focus on clarity and ease, avoiding complex graphics since text is the core. Single node 2D idea fits this trend, simple, visual, and functional. I've been looking at some screenshots for Twine, and it appears all lines um, connect to the center of whatever side is closest to the room in question. But it does so on all four sides. I also noticed in some cases it draws the boxes over the top of the lines, so you so so they remain unobstructed. I'll have to look up those others you mentioned, see how they handle it. Present approach connecting the lines to the center of the closest side on all four edges keeps it clean into drawing boxes or lines. Just use edge snaps with manual line adjustments while requesting drift favorite node-based connections with optional alignment routing. Auto maps tend to prioritize uncluttered layouts. Transport. Okay. Transport. Okay, what's the trick? Wow. Transport and quest. Alright, fine. I'm looking at first room, second room. See, it actually does like regular exits and stuff, which I'm not doing just yet. So, this thing almost does not make fiction mapper. Just versus quest. Um, okay, that doesn't tell me anything. Let's do images, I guess. That's okay. This one. This is interesting. IFM mapper. Oh, Anchorhead. Um, and this actually, let's see. Each multiple sections. Okay. Uh, hmm, huh. Transport, inject a fiction mapper. Error, arrow. Almost would make more sense if I did do it the normal way. In other words, you have an exit, so you have a west exit and the east exit. You know, north, south, east, and west for the most part. Although some of these do actually. Mm, it's interesting too. It's like, what if you want like a loop, right? That you can't even see it with that, and I can't even see that, whatever that is. Okay. Windows-based GI application allows generate map. Uh, uh, apps. Actually, maybe last. Okay. So are any of these specifically CYO8 style? Twine, of course. Um, close match. Um, yeah, of course, the question is why don't I just why don't I just use one of those? Why don't I just use Twine, or why don't I just use like one question was Rempy for a Rempi, whatever, for like visual novel style thing, and I kind of did this way, not to make more work for myself as much as it's like, okay, so like I have this problem about visualizing things. So I can't get certain things done because I can't wrap my mind around how certain things work and interact and stuff. And so I'm usually stuck in that analysis paralysis thing where I'm trying to figure it out and kind of going, well, how do I do this, And my mind just doesn't wrap around it. So so I figured um to figure out how to produce something like this in a timely manner. I mean, I could have used Adventure Game Studio, or I could have used Visionaire, or I could have used the Big Boss Incident. It was created in, I think it was Unity with Adventure Creator, so I could use something like that. I mean, I could have if I just wanted to just do that. At the time, I wasn't using Unity, kind of on purpose, because of they had the restrictions and they had this weird stuff, which they had since had changed back. So now Unity is a thing again, which I mean, not that it never was, but I'm just saying it was one of the things I was looking at. And so I was looking at through all this stuff, and I'm kind of going, when I get to this point, I don't know if I'll be able to make this game. So I need to. Usually, when you do a project, you need to break it down. You need to break it down to its simplest components, so that you can do it step by step, and you can make progress, and you don't have a bunch of problems. And so that was my thought process. Granted, it takes a lot longer, and I'm essentially rolling my own engine, really. But the reason I'm doing my own engine mostly is because I'm going to actually change it and evolve it until I'm able to do stuff. So it's just like right now, it's like I'm not that good at drawing and art and stuff. And even though maybe I could get somebody to help me with some of that, um, I'm kind of going, well, I'm going to have to learn how to do some drawing, or I'm going to have to learn how to do something. And I'm going, well, why don't I just do this at a version that doesn't use any graphics? And then when I get to the point of where I want to introduce graphics, I can do it gradually, which is kind of what I'm doing. The phased approach means that at some point I'm going to have the steel where I can insert images, and they'll just be static images. There'll be a few. They won't take up that much space on the screen, but they'll be there, and I'll maybe use them as thumbnails. In other words, I'll make little thumbnails. I'll insert those images in just to start when I start adding visuals, and eventually I'll use those little thumbnails to like make backgrounds and stuff or whatever. So as I am figuring this out, as I'm trying to figure out how to break this down and stuff, then I can learn. Um, I can learn how to do these things in kind of a piecewise or a step by step or a bite sized way. because later on, the only thing I'll have to worry about is, for instance, post showing pictures on the screen, right? So there's a way you can do that. It's pretty easy in Godot and Redot, and so with that, that step will be a kind of a simple step. It will just be from no graphics to minimal graphics, and they don't even have to be very good. They're just there as more or less like placeholders, right? So let's see. Almost done for today. I know I didn't really do anything today on the layout tool itself, but I'm still trying to figure out what I want to how I want to do it. So anyway, to make a long story short, I'm doing a phased approach. It's going to take longer, but it means I can handle it in more bite-sized chunks. My brain can wrap around it. My brain can go, oh, I can see how this works. I can do this. This is simple. I need simple stuff. My brain needs simple stuff to work on. Instead of having this whole thing like where I gotta go, okay, so you have to handle the graphics, you have to handle all the animations, sound effects, music. You gotta make sure that you don't do too many animations because they may not end up seeing them. You gotta make sure they use enough to be smooth. Um, I mean, it's just a lot that goes into it. And then you have the thing of marketing it and seeing if it sells. And it might be a really awesome game, but maybe people won't look at it, and maybe just or you may think it's great and you put it out there and it might be crap, right? Um, what was I getting at? Um, yeah, so doing it this way is it takes a lot longer. I don't have to worry about marketing because this is essentially marketing it. And if I release it for free, then it's like I don't have to do anything, and I can spend time other than the actual video portion of like YouTube, like streaming and stuff. I can spend all my dev time on developing the game, right? So so anyways, that's yeah. And so, but I'm right now. I'm looking at different ways of mapping. Um, I can do a like a how do you do layout on a use your adventure style game? Yeah, this is the other thing, right? Um, this is actually the simpler of the two. In fact, the game part is actually already made. It's done. I just make the rooms, make the doors, and then I run it, and it works. And I didn't even have to do that much. Even though this part, the layout tool and the editor map stuff, that's taken a long time. Why? Because I want some usability features. I want to be able to quickly um, Rook, you're giving me a smiley face or what? I don't like using the word emoji. I just don't. I didn't like using the word emoticon. You know, and really emoticon was only apt because they became icons, and that was the big deal through like ICQ, right? Remember ICQ? You might even still use it, but the smileys turn into little icons, so we call them emoticons. And then someone's bright idea was to use the Japanese style word, and not that it's even a real Japanese word, but it's something that they used to represent these, yeah, emotion emotion icon things, and they call them emojis, and I'm just like, emoji? No, they're smileys, smileys and frownies. That was what we called it in text, you know. And then now I actually almost like emoticon, even though I didn't like them back in the day, calling them that. Anyways, let's get back on topic here. Yeah, Twine is user friendly. I know, blah blah blah. Okay. G developer, adventure creator. Um, Twinery.org. Adventure creator. Yeah, adventure creator. I think is the Unity plugin. Yeah. Anyways, what's taking the longest here is this the tooling to make it quick for me to make a game. You know, but the code to actually run the game is just simple. It's super simple. You know, I map choices to the number keys, and then I have the doors, and the doors actually have a choice member in it, and a choice member is just a string, so it's not actually a number; it's a string that I change into a number because eventually the choice is going to be a text. It's gonna be parsed from actual text like move or something. Let's see, plenty of ideas. Default action can be set in terms of streamlining the process. You want to make action looks parameter. Okay, yeah, it's just about adventure creator. Uh, Replay those old choose your own adventure books as a wee baron. I would love to make my own web version just for fun. However, zero programming skills. Fairly easy to make some events, or you can use Twine. It's basically exactly made for what you're looking for. Easy to get into. Um, so I might use Twin as sort of a like a template for the layout tool. I might just do, and in fact, it makes things a lot more simpler too. Um, Although selecting individual doors, that's a okay. That's okay. So that's the thing that I haven't thought of, right? Hmm. Yeah, I didn't think about that. So using the twine way uh, is um, pretty good, but the issue being how do you select um, how do you edit doors connections when all of the lines converge into one point. To find a single point convergence, center the closest side simplifies visuals, but can make editing doors tricky since they overlap. To handle this, hover tooltip, show door details. Click to expand, click the point to fan out the lines, or pop out a panel listing all doors for that room, allowing edits. Offset labels. Lightly offset each line's label or endpoint near the version for individual access. Context menu, right click, point to open a menu of doors. Keep showing screens. Huh. I mean, it does make the connections easy. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, so doing a um doing it like instead of click dragging, you can see something though. Let me think of something. Click dragging versus clicking on two rooms to connect them. What are the pros and cons of each? Faster one-off connection, not real-world tools. Cons can feel clunky. Many rooms hard to get target precise. Free placement requires good mouse control. Easier dense layout supports multi-step workflows, less reliant on mouse accuracy. More clicks, 2 versus 1, less immediate visual feedback. Um, so like Blender nodes, um, actually, I don't know about Blender nodes. Let's see some here. It's called BSDF. Real node that combines multiple layers in a single easy-to-use node, allowing users to model a wide variety of materials based on the output PBR, such as Disney and standard surface models. These color buff subsurface transmission, metallic, and more. Diffuse principle offers more features, flexibility. Diffuse has only color and roughness. Uh, Default use of multiple scattering. Okay. Hmm. How do Blender nodes work? They connect through sockets to form a data processing pipeline. For example, material nodes, you can mix two shaders and get physical node to override the factor socket. Uh, Procedural generation geometry. Nodes can be added via the add menu. Can be added by dragging connection from one existing node's input or output socket and dropping the connection above an empty space instead of connecting to another socket. Hmm. See, this is this. Okay. I don't care about sketch with Blender. This is actually showing them crossing, like it doesn't matter. Interesting. Hmm. I'm looking at Blender nodes and they don't seem to care anything crosses. Focus on functionality over clean visuals, connections clear via. This could work if door details are distinct and editable. Hmm. Shoot, it's almost 3:30. I should almost quit here, but I want to see if I can think of some way of how to come up with something. I could do a bit of a hybrid approach, at least when it comes to making loops. Um, door to door to up to door. Let's see. Hmm. If I did it outside, it went like that. Hmm. I could do the socketed approach, and I could do the thing about the inactive sockets, and it could automatically sync up to the one that it's on. That's the one thing. I don't still don't know how to handle the looping thing, or the thing where um you have a door that's lower than the inbound of your destination room. Okay, so one hybrid-ish approach would be to have 9 sockets that are deactivated, grayed out, spaced equidistantly along the top and bottom of the panels, fixed position where where I can drag and drop, and I'm just dragging and dropping from one to another, and it will automatically snap to the appropriate position. If you have one on the far, okay, so it means it doesn't rely on position. You're just connecting two rooms. Yeah. And that means it would do it in order. So it wouldn't matter which one you clicked on. You're just clicking on the room. Anywhere on the room, you click on the room, you drag it to another room, it draws the line, and it snaps to the proper position. So usually it might do it left to right, and so you can just click drag from one panel to the other. No need to use um, specific links. Okay, that's okay. It's about time for me to be done anyways. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna do is I'm still thinking along these lines that they're gonna be existing. So I'm gonna have 9 on the top, 9 on the bottom. They're gonna be grayed out. Then what you're gonna do is you're gonna grab when you want to make a connection, you want to make a new door. You click on one, you pull it, it drags it down to you drag it down to whatever, drag it over to whatever room you want. It automatically aligns it draws the line from the first open slot to the appropriate slot on the destination room. So that way you're not specifically dragging nodes. And then also then you should be able to and then also since they correspond to the slot, they also correspond to the actual choice number. So number 1 is on the left, number 9 is on the right, 5 is in the middle, and I think that'll work. Okay, so let me do my little recording thing. It's kind of interesting because in a way I didn't get a lot done, but in a way I did get some done. Okay, so let's start recording. Actually, let's go ahead and switch to the webcam. I'll do my recording on the webcam here. Okay, so today is Wednesday, June 25th, 2025, and today I didn't get a lot physically done. I'm still trying to figure out how to come up with a process to allow me to go through and build choices and stuff. And it's just a process. I did edit those existing rooms that I had in there. In fact, here let's just go ahead and open this. This is the layout tool version, which all I did was talk with Grok about how to handle the connections, which I think I've come to a conclusion or a thing that I want to already, but we'll have to see the next time. Project put to project list. Okay, and let's bring up this guy, And okay, so basically I got these in here. It doesn't do anything. Ember's Cave, hit 1 to check out. Shade's Cave, 0 to quit. And it just I just kind of filled these in uh what they were and stuff, and I haven't actually got to the actual content. So I didn't do, I mean, made a little progress. I didn't do a lot today, but um I'm just like finalizing things. So that's about it. Okay. So that's going to be about do it for today. I want to thank you for listening or watching or whatever. And I guess I will be seeing you tomorrow. Possibly. Quite possibly. Oop, not be right back. There we go. Thank you for watching.